Buenas noches y bienvenidos. Si desean escuchar esta reunión en español, favor de presionar el enlace en la parte baja de la pantalla que dice interpretación o interpretation. Ms. Connor? Oh, we can't hear you. You're muted. Oh,
I think that was a mistake.
Okay, I saw the hand raised. I wasn't sure. Okay. Thank you. Sounds good. Well, with that, we'll okay. With that, we'll call this meeting to order. Dr. Joyner, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, for the second consecutive meeting. I'm on a roll.
Sorry.
No. Listen,
I remember who did it last.
yeah, I don't have a problem pledging allegiance to what I think our country should be. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. Before we move on, my screen is jumping everywhere. Before we move on to the items that are listed on the agenda, there's an item that I was not able to confirm things in time before the agenda was sent out, and that's an executive session. And so I'm going to make a motion to amend the agenda to add 2 items after item 13, which is the food service task group report. And that's
Second. Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So again, I'm going to make a motion to amend the agenda for 2 new items after item 13, food service task group report. The first being the executive session pursuant to Connecticut General Statutes 12006E and 1210B9 and 10 regarding records, reports, and statements of strategy or negotiations with respect to the collective bargaining and records of communications privileged by the attorney-client privilege or relationship. And then the second item, the discussion and possible actions on matters heard in the executive session.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Golden, and the discussion is about adding the item, not about the item itself.
Yes. My question is, when are we going to have an update on the superintendent search also?
That's my question. Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I asked that question only to see if it was possible to amend this to add that discussion or not.
Okay.
Madam President.
We're not ready to we haven't met.
Thank you. Okay.
To discuss at the moment. Thank you. Okay. Seeing no further discussion, we'll vote on adding the executive session. Possible discussion. Mr. Wilcox.
Yes.
Dr. Yarborough.
Yes.
Mr. Golden.
Yes.
Dr. Benitez.
Yes.
Dr. Joyner.
Yes.
Ms. Roman.
Yes.
Mr. Cruz Bustamante.
Yes.
Mayor Elicker.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. And so that item is added to the end of the agenda. And so we'll move on to public participation. Dr. Joyner and Dr. White.
I'm ready, Madam President.
Yeah.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Jenny Graves. Jenny Graves.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Graves. I've taught in New Haven for 13 years. I'm the Vice President of Special Services for the New Haven Federation of Teachers, and I am a member of the NHFT negotiation team. I am saddened and concerned with the status of our negotiation with the board for a fair contract. For months, we did outreach to our members asking what they needed to succeed, thrive, and quite honestly, to stay teaching in New Haven. We wrote thoughtful proposals to support and protect educators, as well as being student-focused. Our working conditions are our students' learning conditions, and none of us would be here if we didn't want the best for this children in this city. We showed up last Wednesday for our last scheduled meeting prior to arbitration, prepared and ready to make some hard choices on our end. The board's team showed up without authority to come to a deal and walked away from the table without compromise. I cannot express how demoralizing and disrespectful that felt. The teacher shortage is a national crisis. However, we acknowledge that urban communities like New Haven are significantly impacted by this. However, we have lost many educators in New Haven to Hartford and New Britain for higher wages, a caseload cap for special education and related service, incentives, and more protections and resources for the unified arts, library media specialists, and ELL teachers. We are not just losing staff to the suburbs, we are losing educators committed to urban education to other urban communities with stronger contracts. I want New Haven to be a district that educators come running to, not running away from. We cannot turn into a training ground for new teachers before they transfer out to other districts. The ones who will suffer the most will be the children. I am asking the board to return to the negotiation table and let's settle a fair contract out of arbitration. We are ready and willing to do this important work. Are you ready to show up and show our educators the respect they deserve by joining us at that table? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Mickelson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All righty, thank you. Okay, so teaching has changed a lot over the past few decades, as it should. We are expected to be more rigorous and thorough in attending to a changing array of standards, both in our content areas and in how we care for our students as whole people. I support this, but when I hear teachers from decades past speak about these changes to the industrial model of education that they were used to and that we are rightfully leaving behind, it seems that some who give lip service to these changes do not realize how the workload has thusly increased. We are aiming for more inclusive, more socially conscious, and emotionally literate approaches to how we educate our fellow humans. This is more work. It is good work, but also more energy, more emotional labor, more time dedicated to each student. An exhausted teacher cannot happy face their way out of exhaustion. No platitudes about heroism nor subscriptions to the Calm app can render us infinite in our capacities. We cannot meet the needs of an ever-increasing diversity of students with clear, calm, and patient communication when our human limits are stretched to the point of snapping. Stagnating in the authoritarian, convenient, compliance-based model is not the solution, of course. Primarily for me, the aforementioned increase in workload and the unmet cries for smaller class sizes and more hands on deck are making this career choice less and less appealing. I absolutely want us to engage in more progressive pedagogy, but it takes a more emotional and intellectual investment, and that burden should not rest solely on a small cadre of teachers. Also, the financial return on investment of costly higher education is lacking in this field, so it's no wonder there is a deficit of highly qualified candidates. Inspiration sensationalism and we don't do it for the money is not cutting it anymore. While we live in a post-scarcity society, the increase in cost of living and the burdens of student debt make it sting all the more when talk of competitive wages is met with, maybe if these scores increase, we can talk about that. I guess the beatings will continue until morale improves. Our basic needs come with the paywall. You can't talk about self-care and then act of discussing the financial burdens teachers are bearing as reprehensibly selfish. The resources exist to thoroughly invest in our students. Find them. There will always be moments in life when things happen and we're required to do more than we think is possible and summon strength we didn't know we had. Put in the extra hours. We will not, however, accept this as our daily norm for years on end. As we are expected to make school a place students are enthusiastic about spending their day, so too should those outside the classroom consider how teachers feel coming to work every day. Treat us the way you want us to treat our students. We are all whole humans. Thank you.
Our, excuse me. Our next speaker is Melody Gallagher. Melody Gallagher.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I am experiencing some Wi-Fi issues, so if I cut out, please interrupt me and let me know. Good evening. My name is Melody Gallagher. I'm a teacher at Wilbur Cross, a resident of New Haven, and a member of the NHFT negotiation team. What I wanted to highlight tonight was the amount of time and effort a number of our members put in for months developing proposals that we felt were both reasonable and fair. Let me say that again, reasonable and fair. I can tell you that there were times where I was near tears, thinking that some of the board's proposals would leave even more classrooms empty, even more students and undereducated, and would leave NHF team members to feel disrespected to the point of resigning. And that is why we made thoughtful proposals and counter proposals, because each response was a response with students in mind. Each of our proposals were written from the perspective of attempting to attract and retain the highest quality teachers without burning them out, because that is what our students deserve. And we deserve the working conditions that reflect that. For those on the board who know me, you know that I wouldn't want to come to the table without that as an underlying intention. There is a national teacher shortage, but want to know where there isn't a teacher shortage? Clinton, Connecticut. Guilford, Connecticut, Wilton, Connecticut. Why do our students and teachers who choose to stay in New Haven have to bear the burden for all? The time to make NHPS one of, if not the most desirable district to both teach and learn is now. There is a reason that NHFT teachers get hired out and poached. We are some of the very best, and our students need us to stay. Most disappointing to me is that I truly feel that the members of central office sitting across from us also want the same. And that is why I'm asking and urging the board and those in central office to make their own decision to come back to the mediation table and continue to negotiate in good faith. Yes, it will mean a long night or two, potentially very, very long nights. I'm prepared to put in the time for our members and students, and I hope that you are too. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carl Testa.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, New Haven Board of Education members. I'd like to first just express my support to the teachers who are looking for a fair contract, and I'd like to echo their sentiments. But I'm here today as a parent of a third grader in New Haven Public Schools and to express my disappointment in seeing the recent Cookies with Cops programs aimed at kindergarten through fourth graders in New Haven Public Schools. Our children should not be the targets of public relations campaigns by our local police department. I also object to recruiting tools for the police department being placed in our public schools. The recent WTNH feature on this program made clear that this is also a recruitment tool for the New Haven Police Department. We need to be teaching our children that we do not solve our problems by locking people away. We do not solve problems through the use of violence. We need to learn to expand our own understanding of how we foster true public safety without the construct of policing. Hundreds of New Haven public school students walked out of classes on May 12th earlier this year, calling for all cops to be removed from schools, in addition to calling on us to make investments in care through the hiring of mental health counselors and nurses for every school. These investments, however, are not only about monetary contributions, they are about changing our mindset. The traditional concept of policing does not fit into this conception of care. In April 2021, the New Haven School Security Task Force recommended urgently that the New Haven Board of Education consider a strategy through which The district explores all means to increase the number of school psychologists, school social workers, counselors, and other such support personnel as a way of phasing out the SRO program. This Cookies with Cops program does not align with that recommendation. I'm reminding the board to stand by their previous recommendations and move to remove cops from schools in all capacities. Let's not ignore and dismiss the testimony of students and families regarding the harms of policing in our communities. Rather than subjecting young children to police propaganda, we should truly listen and respond to the demand for the kinds of programs that will reduce the need for police presence of any kind in our schools. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Our next speaker, I accidentally lowered her hand, so I'm going to give her chance now. Susan Sloan, you may speak.
Good evening. My name is Jane Roth, and I'm a teacher at Daniels. I'm also the union steward there. I'm also the facilitator for the SPMT, and I also sit on the executive board representing special services. The first thing I want to say is that last spring, I was critical of the move of Jacinia Perez to Fairhaven, but I want to say now that not only am I, but our school population is delighted that she's back. Although we're sad that Tina Mitchell will be leaving, we are delighted that the decision to bring Jacinia back was made. Secondly, approximately 10 years ago, I was on the original TVAL team, and its purpose was to create a stronger, more collegial approach to teacher evaluation, as well as to help bridge the divide between administrators and teachers. As a direct result, if we had a stronger working relationship, then students would benefit rather than be caught in the middle of an I gotcha approach to supervision. For a while, the newer approach seemed to be working. But over the years, that has been slowly changing back. I learned at our last stewards meeting that now in TVAL, we must include students with high truancy in our overall evaluation. No longer are they to be exempted, even though everyone knows that you cannot teach an empty seat. So now I have learned that the board's negotiating team wanted to significantly increase our healthcare costs, increase our workloads, increase our work days, and take away holidays, as well as increase our after-school meeting time by almost double. And again, I was disappointed, especially now that our negotiating team was treated so disrespectfully and so dismissively when the board's negotiating team walked away. There is a teacher shortage of crisis proportion throughout the country, but more specifically to us, there's one in New Haven. This is the time we should be looking toward teacher retention and recruitment. This blatant lack of respect for the work we do and the impact it will have on students is incomprehensible. We need a fair contract, one that will benefit teachers and students. Sadly, if the board's negotiation team is unwilling to come to the table in good faith, the number of vacancies for NHPS will increase probably exponentially. This could also significantly impact the magnet program. The actions taken by the board's negotiations team resonate as a need for power. Why and what purpose does that serve? We ask, please come back to the table and negotiate with us in good faith. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leslie Blateau.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Leslie Blateau. I'm a teacher, parent, New Haven resident, and president of the New Haven Federation of Teachers. First, I want to share my concern about the democratic process in New Haven. I think some of the email addresses of Board of Ed members on the NHPS site need updating. I've heard reports that the nhboe.net emails are not working, and it's an important way for us to reach you. So appreciate follow-up on that. I'm more concerned, though, about public access to Board of Ed meetings. There are hundreds of teachers, parents, students, and community members who deserve to know how many people are here tonight. Yet there is no real way for us to know. There's no real way for us to be in community with each other while we hold the Board of Education accountable. And while I understand there are some personal health concerns for some members, I think we have the capacity to create a hybrid option for them while signaling to our community that our public schools are truly public and that meetings that govern them are open to the public as well. And while I'm here this evening, I also want to make sure that the public knows what has been going on with contract negotiations with our teachers. And I very much believe sharing this information at this stage in the process is the right thing to do. Our public schools belong to our community, and our community members have the right to know how the city and how the Board of Education is working to address the teacher shortage in our schools. On Wednesday at our mediation session, the NHFT team showed up ready to work and with full authority to reach a tentative agreement. The board's team, however, because of the city of New Haven's lack of clarity with their healthcare proposal, was not able to come to the table with full authority to reach a settlement. That was unsettling to us, but we committed to press on. I also want to add that the board lacking the authority to come to an agreement is concerning from a labor relations perspective. But what's even more concerning for our dedicated educators is the alarming increases in healthcare insurance costs that the city of New Haven is proposing. I want to be clear with this board right now. If the city of New Haven's proposal on health insurance is approved, we will lose more teachers. I also want to share that at our mediation session, the final negotiation session scheduled before the arbitration timeline kicks in, after hours of hard work on both sides, and after the union submitted a counter proposal to the board's team, the board's team left our union hall at 8:00 p.m. without replying to our counter proposal, and they have not followed up with us since. That is the reality. NHFT wants to work with the board. We represent dedicated members who deserve a fair contract. We represent members who need reassurance that what makes New Haven a meaningful and rewarding place to work can remain intact. So many people, from the mayor to the superintendent, to Board of Ed members, to teachers, to parents, have spoken about salary as being a crucial piece to teacher recruitment and retention. Clearly, we all agree here. And let's be real, any progress on salary that we make at the negotiations table, and we are making progress. I would like to finish this sentence. It will no longer be noteworthy, and it will not even be a raise for our dedicated teachers if the board's proposals and increases to our workload go through. The board's attorney is attacking New Haven's long history of collaboration between the teachers union and central office, and he appears set on gutting teacher voice that is protected by our contract and moving us backwards. We commit again our working conditions, our students' learning conditions, and we want to return to the table and negotiate a fair contract with the Board of Education and the City of New Haven. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarah Levine.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Levine. I live in New Haven. I am born and raised here, graduate of Wilbur Cross. My students attend school in New Haven and my husband teaches here. So you can say I'm all in on New Haven. It's an important place to me and the school system is important to me. I've been teaching for 22 years, 10 of them in New Haven. And right now I would say the morale is the worst that I've ever seen. This is in large part because of the current state of things in New Haven. Teachers are frequently disrespected, asked to do more with less, and continually not rewarded financially for the hard work that we do. Please understand that many, many teachers have one foot out the door right now. In the last couple of years, I've seen teachers leave New Haven that I never thought would leave. People that thought they were going to retire in New Haven, they couldn't afford it anymore. They left. More people are going to leave in droves if we do not get a fair contract. This impacts our teachers and our students and the children of the city of New Haven. It is critical that the BOE comes back to the negotiating table and talks with our team and comes to an agreement that is going to work for everybody. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please state your full name when you come on. Camille.
Kamel Scott. Hi, I have two children, 3rd grade and 7th grade, in New Haven Public Schools. And I'm here today. I submitted my fuller testimony online so people can read that. And I really encourage people to, because there are links in it. I'm here today because I want to speak about the Cookies with Cops event, which I found out about last week through a bulletin from my children's school, and then found out from my school's principal that this is actually a district-wide event. The event at my school has been canceled now, at least temporarily, pending a conversation. But I object to this event because I object to any contact between my child and the students of New Haven and police. As you'll see in the letter that I wrote at the bottom, there are links that talk about studies that have repeatedly shown that police contact of any kind is not safe for kids and linked to bad outcomes down the line. I want to take some of my time, I know it's limited, to read some of these studies. While there has been growing attention toward the deaths of Black Americans by police, less focus is being given to the everyday, routine encounters that Black youth have with police, says study lead author Monique Jindal. Our study is among the first to summarize the current scientific evidence that describes how contact with police, which has been shown to be disproportionate for Black youth, even when accounting for criminal or delinquent behavior, impacts their health and well-being. The researchers define police exposure as contact with police, including the presence of police in schools, personal experiences ranging from benign stops and interactions to use of force and arrests, and witnessed encounters and perceptions of police discrimination. The team's study revealed that contact with police often leads to Black youth being treated as adults at ages when they should just be children, a phenomenon known as adultification, which is people should know is racist. The researchers also found that Black youth described a constant fear for their lives, hopelessness, and feeling of alienation from society at large, given the lack of support from social institutions such as law enforcement. We know that such a sense of belonging is crucial to child development, and therefore exposures with police may have far-reaching impact on those children. So there's a lot that I could read here. I don't want to use up all my time on this. I really encourage people to read these studies and to think about this, to think about how these events are impacting kids. I understand that these events are meant to be, at least in part, a safety, imparting safety information to children. I encourage you to find other people, child development experts, for example, to do that. My good friend who just spoke before me mentioned that it's also a recruitment tool, which I can't imagine how the teachers who are here speaking on their own behalf about wanting to improve teacher retention feel, hearing that the Board of Education is spending time helping the police with their recruitment efforts when teacher recruitment is struggling and teacher retention is struggling. And I know firsthand, I want to also offer my support to the teachers because I know firsthand what that feels like as a parent. My oldest daughter, who was in 7th grade, had up to 4 different teachers in a school year at one point because of teachers cycling out. And that is actually traumatic for children. And I've seen the impact on her and her classmates who went through it year after year after year. I encourage you to sit down with the teachers, and I encourage you to stop sitting down with the police. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tiffany Nelson.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Nelson. I am a proud New Haven graduate. I attended Lincoln Bassett, Jackie Robinson Career High School. My daughter attends Conti. Recently, we moved back to New Haven and purchased a home. We are invested in the community, but I am also a teacher who believes that the board can do more to support teachers. While everything that we do is for our students, and we don't do it for money. The reality is we need money to survive. Good health care, fair wages is not too much to ask. We get up every day in and day out. Dr. Tracy, I read your emails. I'm for my students. I give all that I can, but we need you guys to be for us. I am one of those people that you talked about, a product. I'm doing everything that I can, but we all need to be in this together. And we need to show support so that when I get those emails from other districts, that we can continue to ignore them. I want to be in New Haven. Many of us want to be here. Please return to the table and negotiate fairly. Thank you.
Our excuse me. Our next speaker is Amy Fox.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. My name is Amy Fox, and I teach science at the Co-op School. I started teaching in New Haven during the 21-22 school year when I relocated here from Florida. New Haven public schools have some of the issues that are different than Florida, but many are the same. One of our biggest issues is teacher retention. Some of the issues are out of the control of New Haven and sit at the state and federal level. The federal government must do away with penalizing teachers in our Social Security. The state of Connecticut must include teachers in the Connecticut Paid Leave Program. And in addition, the state of Connecticut is one of the few states remaining in the country that still requires teachers to have a master's degree, which takes time and money. As of Monday, there were 92 openings for certified teachers in New Haven. And I know that number is low because one of our science teachers gave us notice last week, and I'm sure there are others in the district. One of the main goals of the school board must be to recruit and retain highly qualified teachers, because only then will our students find success. The changes that you're proposing to the contract will have the opposite effect. The school board needs to take steps to improve teachers' working conditions. Our planning time is precious. As I am sure you are aware, most teachers spend many hours planning, grading work, and tending to our other paperwork during our own time. I call those my volunteer hours. By adding more meetings to my day, you are cutting into my planning time and therefore taking time away from my family. Asking me to have 3 different classes will require 50% more planning time, even more since I teach science and need to spend time acquiring lab materials, setting up labs, and cleaning up labs. If you need to increase my workload by 50%, you also need to increase my salary by 50%. Teaching 6 periods a day will not only increase the amount of grading I have to do, but also increase the number of parents that I need to routinely contact. My paid holidays are typically used to catch up on grading, lesson planning, and other household chores. Please don't take those away. By increasing my health insurance costs, you're taking money from my family at a time when we need it most. Increasing caseloads for our teachers that support me and my students with SPED, ELL, counseling, library duties will only make each teacher's job harder, as they will not have adequate time to support each teacher. All of these make teaching in general and teaching in Connecticut specifically less desirable. It is up to you to make New Haven a place where teachers feel respected and welcome and appreciated. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Hannah Marshall.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I'm a Spanish teacher at New Haven Academy. I don't really have anything planned to say. I just wanted to come on and urge the board to return to the negotiating table and echo what everyone else is saying. And I'd also like to echo what Leslie said earlier about bringing these meetings back in person, hopefully, or at least in another format to where we can see who all is here and have a sense of community together. I know it's a lot more convenient for a lot of people to do the virtual meetings, but it would be helpful for me to see who all is here, and also I think hold all board members accountable to, really pay attention and hear us. And I'm not saying nobody isn't paying attention, but an in-person meeting, I think, would sort of force that and just be helpful. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Heiklis Williams.
Good evening, everyone. I know it's sounding a little gloomy today. I don't want to be as gloomy as everybody else. I am the president for the local 3429 representing the Paris. And I am a little saddened just to hear their plight of their negotiation contract. And I want to urge the board, please, it's your moral obligation. It's your moral responsibility to the students, to the staff, and to the community at large to ensure that we have proper teaching staff and make sure their mental health, because I always refer back to a mental health status. If the teachers are not well, if the staff is not well, you will not have a well set of students, and you will not have a well set school. So I encourage you, please. It's all about money, and it's all about morale. So let's keep our morals high in New Haven. I know we all can do it. Dr. Tracy, you're the veteran of teaching. You know how it goes. You've been in the classrooms. You've been doing it a very long time, and I'm sure you could help to justify the situation and allow the teachers to get a fair and reasonable contract. I always said, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Think of yourself being the teacher when you're thinking about this contract negotiation. I know ours is coming up soon, and I'm hoping that we don't have to go through the same thing. Let's just do let's have a fair and equitable contract for the teachers. Don't pay the lawyers all this money. Give it to the teachers. You don't have to pay attorneys for this long, drawn-out negotiations. They make all the money, and then we don't make any money. So thank you. Think about that. Have a great night, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Akimi Nilkin.
Hi, I'm Akimi Nilkin. I teach English at Wilbur Cross. This is my 13th year there. And like the other teachers who have spoken, I'm very concerned about the contract negotiations. It's incredibly important right now for teachers to get a fair contract. We can see already at Wilbur Cross the effect that teacher vacancies is having. Since the start of the school year, we have lost several teachers to other districts who have gone where they are paid more, and at least they believe they will be more respected. And when we say more respected too, I want to be clear, I don't mean by students. Most people at Cross will say that the students are the best part of our job. When we say teachers want more respect, we mean from the district, from our employers. But already we see that with the number of vacancies we have at Cross, we are not able to maintain a safe environment. And a lot of our students are not able to learn in the ways that we know that they can. Several days a week, I'm covering up to 6 or 7 classes that are sent to the auditorium because they don't have teachers. So those students are not, we might say, oh, check Google Classroom for assignments that your teacher may left, but that environment is not conducive to learning. And I'm really concerned that if we have more teachers leave, that, we really won't even be able to operate a safe and functional building. I want to retire from New Haven. I want to stay in New Haven for my entire career, but with some of the proposals that are on the table from the board, I would consider leaving. There's, teaching 6 classes as a high school English teacher is not something that is really very possible. Giving students one-on-one, thoughtful feedback takes a lot of time. So I really encourage the board to come back to the negotiating table to think about what's best in our best interest of our students and to give us a fair contract. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kirsten. Please state your full name when you come on. Thank you.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Hopes McFadden. I am the Vice President of Middle Schools for NHFT 933. I am on the negotiation team for NHFT 933. I am a teacher an 8th grade teacher at ESUMS. I am a graduate, an alum of Phillips High School. Both my children graduated from ESUMS. My mother is a guidance counselor at Hill House and a teacher at Troop for many years in Lincoln Bassett. My siblings graduated from Hill House. I'm exhausted. I'm so exhausted. I'm just exhausted. I'm exhausted. I mean, I go to work this morning and the wind just went out of my sails again. And I'm just going to read this one little sentence, part of a sentence, not even read a whole sentence that we all received this morning in an email. As I reflect on things, it is obvious that New Haven Public Schools are fraught with challenges, real or perceived. Real or perceived. What do you mean, real or perceived? So now we're crazy? We don't know that these challenges exist? I was like, I wanted to throw my computer, but I didn't. We are exhausted. Because it was during the summer, we set the schedule, agreed to meet last Wednesday, knowing I wasn't going to want to do it when the school year started because I was going to want my day off. But since I committed to meeting on my day off, where all the other teachers are home and doing whatever they wanted to do, I committed. We stayed there for 10 hours. We could have walked out when we realized that the city had no authority to come up with a deal, but we said, nope, we're going to act in good faith and we're going to try to reach a deal here. Only to be told by the mediator, they're gone. And I said, gone? I mean, like they left? Like they're not here anymore? Or they're just packing up? No, they're gone. They left the building. And I'm just finding out today, because I haven't really contacted, I'm under the weather a little bit, haven't contacted anybody, that they have not even reached out to us. Like, this is horrible. I felt so disrespected. I felt like I gave up 10 hours of my life I will never get back for what? If you didn't want to deal with us, then say so. I could have stayed home and enjoyed my day off. We went there expecting to come to an agreement. We were told that sometimes these negotiations last to 1, 2, or 3 in the morning. We were willing to do that. We stayed. We were ready to make a deal. And they just left. And these are the little slices of disrespect that I talked about in the Independent article. A slice here, a slice there, a slice there. And then the craziness that they're asking for, 6 classes. You all need to come in and try to teach 6 classes and see what that feels like. I'm just going to end it like this. I'm exhausted. I'm just like, I don't even know why we're doing this anymore. Let's come back to the table and let's get our acts together. You should be throwing money at teachers. You should be throwing us money.
Our next speaker is Elena Kinzenko.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Elena Kinzenko. I've been teaching, this is my 16th year in New Haven. My husband's been teaching about 10, also New Haven. Our family depends on our salary from New Haven. And it does upset me and does feel very disrespectful to see the negotiations that have been ignored. And then when I emailed the Board of Education and the superintendent about the emails that were ignored, I'm told by our superintendent that I'm only hearing one side of the story, which is unfortunate, which seems to be gaslighting me because I am hearing this story over and over and over again. And as Ms. Host McFadden just said, real or perceived, this doesn't seem very perceived. It seems very real. And I don't feel, oh shoot, that this is the way we should be treated after this many years. I am so committed to my students. I love my students. I love my school. But there's no way we can operate like this when we are short on teachers because they're getting better deals everywhere else that I don't blame them taking because it's the best for their family. They have to pay their mortgage and feed their children. So please, please come back and negotiate with us before our whole system collapses. Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes the raised hands.
Thank
One
you.
hand just went up. Do you, okay. This will, Chris Willems.
Thank you, Dr. White. My name is Chris Willems. I am a teacher in New Haven. I have been for the past 20 years. I grew up in New Haven, attended New Haven Public Schools K through 12, graduated Wilbur Cross 1985. I'd like to echo what many other folks have said this evening, but I would also like to bring in an element that I think is crucial for the understanding of this particular situation. And I'd like to do so by reading from an article that was published in Sunday's mental health column in the education section of the New York Times regarding the mental health challenge that our youth are facing. And I quote, in 2019, the Centers for Disease Control reported that the percentage of high school students with persistent feelings of sadness or hopelessness was nearly 40%, up from 26% in 2009. That's a 14% increase. Almost 20% of students in 2019 had seriously considered suicide. 2 years later, in 2021, 44% of high school students were feeling sad or hopeless. That's up 4% from 2019. And suicide is now the second leading cause of death among children 10 to 14 years old. This is a quote from Amber Childs at Yale, from Yale School of Medicine. The pandemic really just turned up the volume on a soundtrack that was already playing. She said this soundtrack includes racism, discrimination against LGBTQ youth, a lack of gender-affirming care, the overturning of Roe v. Wade, school shootings, and climate change. She continues, quote, the pandemic happened among a groundswell of issues. And then you have children seeing adults at war with one another on social media and in the news. Dr. Child said, I've had teenagers say, where are all the grown-ups? If they are fighting and can't solve this, what does it mean for us? That can be terrifying for a kid. So I bring this up this evening. I was born in Yale New Haven Hospital in 1967, the year that Dr. James Comer began his revolutionary work in our schools. I've witnessed and been a beneficiary of his very positive, affirming efforts to improve not only our school system, but school systems around the world. Adults, I beseech you, we need to work together. If we continue down this path, we are not only hurting ourselves, but much more importantly, we are harming our children irrevocably. Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker, please state your full name. A.B. Sasso, please state your full name when you come on.
Hello, everybody. My name is Barbara Sasso, and I have been teaching in New Haven for over 25 years. I've been at Wilbur Cross High School for 25 years, and I just need you guys all to come back to the table. You cannot leave our students who are very vulnerable and so promising and the best kids that I could ever imagine teaching with the school board and the union at odds with each other in such a critical time. You need to come back for the kids. I'm just pleading with you. You have heard all the other teachers declare what's going on in our school systems. I have never had so many people from out of my school system trying to poach me for the past 2 years, basically stating, come to our school system, you'll get higher pay, smaller classrooms, better benefits, and why don't you leave your job in New Haven and come teach at our fabulous school. I've gotten these emails twice a month, maybe once every other month, depending on when it was for the past 2 years. And I'm committed to my students in New Haven. Everybody is. Everybody I know who's a dedicated teacher. You have to come back to the table. You guys are our school system, and you are the people who make it happen. And our students depend on you negotiating with teachers. They don't need to see another battle. They need you guys. And I'm just pleading with you to help our students. Don't walk away from this. Some arbitrator doesn't know what you guys know about our students. We need you. We need to have a team. We can't be divided. This cannot be a divided school system. So that's basically what I just wanted to say to all of you. Please, please come back to the table and negotiate something that's reasonable, that will keep teachers in the school system, that will attract new talent, and have our kids get the best possible education they can get. They're already at such disadvantages. Don't walk away from the table. They need you. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please state your full name. Minnie.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Minnie Evans. I'm a paraprofessional at Dr. Mayo School, and I have been subbing since May of last year. I have 13 special ed kids in the morning, AM, and I have 4 in the afternoon. And there's 2 paras assistant teachers in there with me in the classroom. And it's rough, you know, for the pay that paras make. It's hard, especially with special ed paras. And like I said, I've been doing this since May of last year. And it's not, and all of a sudden they need us. Last year, paras couldn't do anything. Paras couldn't do this, paras couldn't do that. This year, all of a sudden, we're teachers. You don't have to have a degree, just come on in. And we're doing our job. I change Pampers, I do PPTs, I call the parents, and the parents are very comfortable with me. And the assistant teachers in the classroom. We do our work. It's not the teachers. We help each other. The teachers they can't do this without the parents. Okay, and we can't do this without the teachers. So we need to be paid. You know, they give us a stipend of $45 a day. That's nothing. I have a mortgage, I have a car, I have kids, I have grandkids. We need to be paid. I don't mind. I love my students. I'm Miss Minnie. My name is Minnie, but they call me Miss Minnie, the ones that do speak, you know, and I love my job. SPED is very special. It's hard work. I can't even picture you guys in a room with 13 special ed 4-year-olds. You have to know what you're doing. And me, Miss Minnie, I know what I'm doing, okay? And we need to be paid. We need help.
Yes.
We need help. And coming to school and feeling good, the person that runs Dr. Mayo School, she's real good with us. So I'm able to help because of the people that I work with. You know, sometimes we don't like you. You got to get together, and it's not just for the kids; it's for my mental health too. I have to have my mental health intact in order to come do my job. It's not just for the kids; it's for me, it's for you, it's for all of us. So I'm just asking for a little help and appreciate us for what we do. And that's what we do. We work with the kids. Special ed, Dr. Mayo, room 102. Come see me sometime in the morning with the 13 kids. Have a good day.
Our next speaker is Ashley Stockton. Ms. Stockton, you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening. I was not planning to speak tonight, but after watching this meeting, I really feel compelled to. I'm not at all clear at this point why this board is meeting on Zoom. And I think it's really important that we think about interpersonal skills and how we treat one another. And I would just offer as a suggestion that folks maybe watch recordings of these meetings, the facial expressions and you know, what people are saying. Just because you're muted, you know, we can see what people are saying. It it feels really bad. Teachers are calling in tonight to tell you how their experience is going, how they're feeling. I've heard the word disrespect used over and over, and just watching some of the behavior, I feel so disrespected for the folks as they're speaking. And I just wonder, like, is that how you would treat us in person? If I treated my students that way, if I treated my students that way when I was teaching online, would it have been okay? I don't know. But it's really something. And again, I encourage you to watch it back and maybe you'll see what I see. You know, I've been really clear with this board and with this administration on how disrespected I have felt and how poorly I've been treated. And, you know, I was kind of, I'm not going to say I was made to feel anyway, because I feel the way I feel, but you know, it was implied that I was the only one who felt that way. I was the only teacher who had a problem with any of these things. And you know, gaslighting is a form of psychological manipulation. And gaslighting is when you tell someone that their experience isn't real, that they perceive it to be real, but that it isn't actually real. It's real. The disrespect is real. The manipulation is real. The lack of preparedness and planning by this district is real. And this treatment, just watch the video tonight, watch it back. It's real. And that's really all I want to say. And to echo, you know, kind of what Chris Willems was talking about, it's no way to treat people. We don't, like, we're not bad people. We show up to work with kids and to help kids, and we get treated really poorly and dismissively and you know, just no morale. And I understand my time is up, and I understand a lot of people are going to continue to speak tonight, and you're going to hear from everyone. But please just think about the way moving forward we're treating one another. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Noelle Shipley. Noelle Shipley, you may speak.
Thank you. This is Noelle Shipley. You know, it's really funny that Ashley was talking about your faces and talking about just to think about how, you know, you appear on the screen, because the first thing that I was going to talk about, and I am going to talk about, is how I really thought it would be useless. I'm very cynical about talking to you all right now, because the last time I did, Dr. Tracy was on her phone the entire time. And so when a person talks about disrespect from the head of the organization, it doesn't get much worse than that. And I just want to add, money is important, especially with with gas and groceries and everything going up in price. But these other things that we're talking about in negotiations are more important for our children. You all have agreed union on a vow. You all agreed that it's worth 20% of our salary. So I'm not sure. Maybe something beautiful happened in the financial part of this that we didn't see, but it looks like that's been devalued for the rest of the staff. It's just the optics of it are a little questionable. I would love to know, and I mean this sincerely and not cynically, why the board walked away. And I hope you all will share that after we finish our comments. And I'll end my comments there. Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes.
Thank you, Dr. White, Dr. Joyner. And so we'll move on to the action items. The first thing, let's do the approval of the board meeting minutes. For some reason, that's second on the list. Is there a motion to accept the meeting minutes for September 20th?
So moved. Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox and Dr. Joyner. Any discussion? I think I have just two things. On the first page where we're listing the board members and others present, Attorney Moody should be Mooney, Mooney. And then on page 6, item 16, on the motion by Dr. Joyner, seconded by, it doesn't have a name. I don't remember who seconded that motion, but maybe a watching of the tape might help for the secretary, Mr. Golson.
Thank you, Madam President. I wasn't responding to that.
Okay.
I wasn't responding to that. So when you get finished, I'll speak.
Yeah, so just to know, for the secretary to just maybe check the tape to see who seconded that motion, because I don't have a listing of that. I just have a listing of the votes. Mr. Golson, do you have something else?
Yeah, it's just a simple question. I've been meaning to ask this over several months, but I kept forgetting when we were going through the meetings. The title of this document is called Board of Education Committee Meeting Minutes. I'm wondering why the word committee is included in there.
No, it's this Board of Education meeting minutes.
Right, because it's not a committee of the board, it's actually a board. So I would ask that that be changed for future meetings. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further discussion, we'll vote to approve the meeting minutes of September 27th with the corrections. Dr. Yarborough,
Yes.
Mr. Golson,
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Dr. Benitez,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
Ms. Roman, is she not on? No. Mr. Cruz Bustamante,
Yes.
Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
and I'm a yes as well, and so that motion passes.
Point of order, Madam President.
Mr. Golson,
Could you make some sort of statement related to, because I know some folks wanted to know if we were going to make some sort of a statement related or ask for a statement related to the negotiations on. I would rather they didn't sit around and wait for it if it's not coming. I don't think it's coming. So can you outline what the process is so folks are aware of that and they don't have to stick around for 2 hours waiting for that?
I'm not gonna get into.
When I say process, I mean, we're not going to be discussing it in the meeting. We're going to executive session. More than likely, when we come out of executive session, we won't have any comment related to that. Am I correct in that?
And that is correct. I was just gonna.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Golson. Okay, personnel report, Dr. Tracy.
Muted. Good evening. Good evening, board.
Good evening.
So in the personnel report, today we have 8 new teacher hires, 5 new para hires, and we also have along with that 14 resignations. So in terms of the action items, we have Cynthia Clark from Quinnipiac University, who is being asked to serve as interim assistant principal for Fairhaven School, pending board approval, of course. Yesenia Perez, Sacred Heart University, from Sacred Heart University, Principal John C. Daniels, to serve as a step up as principal of John C. Daniels so that there's no lapse in continuation of service at John C. Daniels. Why Cynthia is being interim? Cynthia Yesenia was assistant principal at Fairhaven. Now we're moving her back to John C. Daniels to take up that position, which necessitates us moving the interim principal, moving the intern up into interim assistant principal position. Yes, so that's what I need to share with the board. I ask the board accepts the report as is on the motion.
Mr. Wilcox?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion, and that motion is that we approve the action items of the superintendent's personnel report.
A second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Any discussion? Mr. Bolton?
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to make sure I understand what Dr. Tracy just said in terms of teacher appointments and teacher resignations. Does the blue sheet show? I thought I heard it say 8, but I see 5, no 6. So there are 6 teacher appointments. Is that correct?
4, 5, 6. You're correct, Darnell, 6. Yeah.
Thank you. And how many teacher resignations were there?
So 14.
14. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hope I counted right.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton.
14.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, we'll vote to approve the personnel report, the action items. Mr. Bolton?
Yes.
Dr. Joyner?
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox?
Yes.
Dr. Yarborough?
Yes.
Dr. Benitez?
Yes.
Ms. Roman still no. Mr. Bustamante?
Yes.
Mayor Elicker?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. That item passes. And
Permit me, Madam President, to bring in Yesenia Perez if she is. Yesenia, bring in Yesenia and Ms. Clark. The very last one is. While Yesenia, I always call it one, while Yesenia is here, say that Yesenia has been a bilingual educator in New Haven public school for over 16 years. She began her career in 2006 as a first and second grade bilingual teacher at Fairhaven School, where she taught for 6 years before moving on to pursue various leadership opportunities at the school. She has served as summer school leader and assistant principal. She has received various awards, and Yesenia holds a master's science degree in bilingual education, DSOL, from SCSU, and her 6-year certificate of advanced studies in administration from Sacred Heart University. I've always been after Yesenia. We finally got her to say yes. Yesenia, please say a few words.
Good evening, President Rivera and board members, Dr. Tracy and the executive team, Mayor Elicker, to Principal Morales and the Fairhaven School community. Thank you for the warm welcome and support you've provided since the start of the school year. It is a bittersweet moment for me today as I formally accept the position as principal of John C. Daniels School. Thank you, Ms. Anna Rodriguez and Mrs. Tina Mitchell, for your mentorship and support. Working under your leadership has been a rewarding experience for me. To my John C. Daniels family, I am returning home to continue strengthening the dual language program and to support our school community. Let's go Huskies. Furthermore, I would like to especially thank my mother, who as a single parent always supported me and my dreams and aspirations. Thank you.
Thank you, Yesenia. At this time, we'll ask Ms. Cynthia Clark. She's not there.
So I'm here. Hello, Dr. Tracy.
Hi, Cynthia, welcome. Cynthia began working at Fairhaven in 2014 as a fourth grade bilingual teacher. After 4 years in fourth grade, she moved to second grade to assist with designing and implementing the dual language program at Fairhaven and taught second grade dual language for 3 years. After her 6th year in administration, she became an administrative intern at Fairhaven. She has served in various capacities at the school and strengthened community partnerships with local high schools, universities, and local businesses, and has been an active member of the family teacher organization at the school. She is extremely dedicated to the staff, students, and families of New Haven Public Schools. Cynthia is a graduate of Quinnipiac University. She holds a bachelor's degree in Spanish, her master's degree in elementary education, and in education leadership. She holds a TESOL certificate. Cynthia currently resides in Norwalk with her husband. Welcome aboard, Cynthia.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Dr. Tracy, board members, and the entire NHPS community. I would like to take this opportunity to express how honored and grateful I am to become the interim assistant principal of Fairhaven School. My years of experience at Fairhaven, leadership opportunities, and wonderful mentors have prepared me for this next step in my career. I would also like to thank the Fairhaven School community for being so supportive throughout the years. I look forward to continuing to work with all the stakeholders at Fairhaven to continue the great work of the school and build upon new opportunities to support our students to their fullest potential. I am extremely dedicated to the students and families of New Haven Public Schools and look forward to continuing to work with them in this new role. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cynthia Clark. Thank you. Thank you for serving New Haven Public Schools.
It's been my honor. Thank you.
I need to, board, I don't know if you want to say anything, congratulating them or not before I move on.
Just congratulations, Ms. Clark and Ms. Pitt.
Mr. Golden has his hand up.
Mr. Golden?
Thank you, Madam President. I certainly want to congratulate the new principals and the new administrators and the roles that they're taking on. I did notice that we have another administrator that's taking on a added role, which is the new temporary principal of Cross. I'm wondering why why there wasn't any mention of that. Is that still the case?
It will be mentioned, but it was not an action item, Mr. Golden.
Oh, got it. Okay, thank you very much, Madam President.
Dr. Benitez?
Just wanted to congratulate both new administrators. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Just wanted to congratulate both administrators. I want to say that having Yesenia finally accept the principalship warms my heart. I know we all want to spend time with family and we all want time to grow, but I am fully sure, I'm sure that Yesenia can do this. And seeing Ms. Clark develop as the leader in her classroom and then among her colleagues has been a great joy to my career, and I am very, very happy to see her now as an interim assistant principal. Congratulations to both of you, and congratulations to our non-action person who's taken Cross on. So thank you for Mr. Carolina's efforts.
Thank you, Dr. Benitez. Dr. Joyner?
Yes, I'd like to congratulate both of you. I've been a principal myself. And quite frankly, you know, sometimes people look to comic books for heroes, but the real heroes are people like Cynthia and Yesenia. And Mr. Carolina is a phenomenal leader with tremendous capacity to reach some of the most difficult students. And the fact that he's taken on this shows that he's a team player. And that's what we need. This is not just education. This is an extension of the human rights movement, in that we're trying to help our kids, particularly the ones that are the least, or considered the least, learn the skills and dispositions so that they can take their rightful place in American society. So I don't care what anybody says, we cannot pay you enough for the work that you do. And I certainly appreciate you because I walked a mile in your shoes. Thank you so much.
So, Madam President, I'm not sure what the action items were voted on, correct? Yes?
Yes, and passed. Yep.
So let me move on to the non-personnel. We have a long-time assistant principal at Sound. This was information only, Mr. Eric Uhas, who will be resigning at the end of the school year. Eric has had a long run as assistant principal at Sound School, so we wish him well in his retirement. Another one I need to mention, Blanche Harris. Any of you know Blanche Harris? We call her Dina. Dina, Goldilocks, whatever name we call her, she goes with it. Blanche Harris, and that's affectionate. She is such an awesome admin assistant. When she worked for me, if I leave the school at 10 at night, she would be there with me with her little grandchild at her side. And Miss Hannons is smiling because she knows this to be true. She is a person who is loyal and very dedicated. And Blanche is time. We talked about this. She decides to push, throw in her towel at this time and retire from New Haven school system. But she's done a lot for New Haven school system. Thank you, Blanche, wherever you are. So now we come to Dina, Tina, Michelle, and John Tucker. Now, some people are complaining, and people have a right to go to where they seek job employment. They have all that. That's their right. That's their right. And folks are getting promoted to different positions in different places. That's their right. None of us can barf at that. And so we have these two principals who are leaving. It's just unfortunate it happened at this time, but then we always have a bird in the bushes. There's always a bird somewhere. And so with that said, I am very proud of Mr. Carolina for taking on this responsibility of stepping into Cross to take on such a great and awesome responsibility to support the students. I'm very sure with his attitude, with his ability to reach young people, that he will do a great job at Cross in the interim. So I want to reach out and thank you to Mr. Carolina for taking this on. He could have complained like many others would have complained, but he didn't. He said, Doc, I'm a team player and I will do this. And so we were really happy to see that at a time like this, he stepped up to the plate. Thank you, Mr. Carolina. And with that said, that's the end of my presentations for the.
Actually, I think you have one more, Dr. Tracy.
I have one more?
Yeah, the after school pay rate.
No, I mean personnel report.
Oh, okay.
At the end of my personnel report. Okay, in your board packet to the next item, in your board packet, I presented like a very simple proposal where, as you know, parents have been reaching out about before and after school programs for their children, and rightly so. And it's part, we have funds to pay for early and extended day programs through varied grants and also from our ESSER funds, as under the caption of acceleration of learning and learning loss. However, it's very hard to staff. And so one of my proposal was to pay the teachers and the paras a summer rate that we have been paying them to cover before and after school program, if they so choose. We're just, being respectful to them for their time that they will be serving in these capacities. So that's one of the proposals. The other one is proposing a tiered approach based on the shortage areas. And we actually borrowed that from Hartford school system. which we're using to attract teachers to New Haven Public Schools. Miss Flegler, formerly Lisa Mack, I'm getting used to her name, having fair coming up, a recruitment fair coming up, and we would like to be able to offer this to our new teachers coming into New Haven Public Schools to serve us. And at the back of that, you'll see the matrix that is there that laid out how we plan to do that. And with no further anything, the board would like to vote on this proposal. I would appreciate it.
Mr. Wilcox?
Motion to.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion, and that motion is that we approve the proposed tiered signing bonuses and the before and after school pay proposals.
I second.
Any discussion? Mr. Bolton? Mr. Bolton?
I'm sorry, I was trying to unmute. I'm sorry, my computer was acting weird.
Frozen again.
I don't understand why we're doing both of these as one proposal when there's two, when they're actually two different proposals, but I'm not gonna debate that point. I'm just wondering, so we're saying that with this proposal, in terms of the tier signing bonuses, this apparently has been agreed upon with the union. That's my first question.
I tried to reach out to the union twice, but didn't get any response. So I don't think this really needs an agreement per se. This is our way as an administration saying that we're trying to do that to entice new teachers into public schools in lieu of the shortages that we have.
I understand that. I understand that, Dr. Tracy, but it also seems to be pitting different teachers against each other. I mean, you're paying more for a school safety officer than you're paying for an English teacher in a signing bonus. And you know, this if I were a music teacher or English teacher or dance and drama, all people have gone through and got advanced degrees in order to get certified in order to teach these things. I would feel a little uncomfortable when you gave me less than half of a signing bonus for school safety officers. You know, I just, you know, it would have made it a lot easier for me to be supportive of this if I knew that the unions, all of the unions that are affected by this, all were okay with it. I mean, I don't want to have another 10, 15, 20 teachers come to us at the next meeting and say, you know, we're valued less than school safety officers. I mean, am I the only one to see that, who sees that and sees that problem over the horizon? If I am, then I'll just shut up and go ahead and vote on it. But I'm just a little uncomfortable, and we have educators who are on this board. I mean, does this see a computer education teacher is valued less than a school safety officer? And no disrespect to school safety officers. I have a lot of friends and former classmates who are school safety officers, but I just don't understand the logic behind it. So if someone could explain it to me, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Golson. Let me attempt. It's not a matter of that. The money is not a matter of how we value people. Because I don't think money is a way of saying we value you because we're paying you more. The whole idea is that these are hard to fill areas. Right now, we have several school security positions to be filled in New Haven, and we're getting the calls from schools. We don't have a security guard. We don't have this. We don't have that. So it doesn't matter. And their salary is minuscule in the first place. And in the wider scheme of things compared to other salary. These that I've put up here are, many of these are shortages that we need to be filled. If we don't do something about this, We're going to continue to have our students sitting in cafeterias. We're going to have the lack of security guards in our schools. We're going to have these problems. This is my way of trying to say, this is a way, one of the ways we can help to plug the hole and attract people to our system. I mean, it's up to the board to vote it up or vote it down. I present the proposal. Not pitting one group against any other group.
Go ahead, Mr. Bolton. You're muted, you're muted, you're muted.
Thank you, Madam President. You may not be deliberately trying to pit one group against another, but you are. I mean, you're saying an English teacher, a computer education teacher is worth $1,000, and a health professional in world languages is worth $5,000. I understand the shortage in hard to fill areas, but we have these shortages in these hard to fill areas because of the exact thing all of those teachers talked about this morning. I mean, this afternoon at the public speaking section of our meeting, and that is, you know, we don't value them in the contract, and then we wonder, you know, why we have these shortages, and then we keep trying to do these little things to make up for it throughout the year. We give a $1,000 bonus here, which turns out to, after taxes, be $600. We give them this bonus. We add them to after school programs. We do all this other stuff to try to make it up instead of taking care of it at the front end. It's just like when the Board of Alders funds us. They always sit there, they always underfund us, and then when we run into a deficit at the end of the year, they end up paying it anyhow. Because they have to, morally they have to. And now we're in the same issue here with this tiered signing bonuses in the middle of the year or the beginning of the school year when we should have been doing this in the contracts in the first place. You know, we asked these teachers last year and they volunteered to skip a step. They lose money over that. They lose money in the long term over that, not just in that year, but in the years that follow. We asked them to do that, and then we try to penny ante them with these kind of things. It's frustrating to me that we're at this place. It's frustrating to me that we're sitting here and we're kind of twiddling our thumbs while we're heading towards this cliff and nobody's driving the bus. And we're gonna fly off of this cliff when the state and federal money dries up. And if we continue to do this kind of nonsense that we're doing with this contract and walking away from the table and petty stuff that we're doing around this contract stuff, we're going to end up not in the same place, but in the worst place than we are now. So this to me doesn't solve the problem. It only extends the problem, because the next year we're going to be saying, well, we gave you a $5,000 bonus. We gave you a $1,000 bonus. Well, why aren't you happy with that? And they're going to come back and say, because your $1,000 bonus ended up being $600, it didn't make our lives any better, and we're back where we started, and you took our health insurance benefits away from us. So, you know, I'm sorry, you know, and then we don't even talk to the unions to get their sign off on this. I mean, we're sitting in the room, we're supposed to be sitting in the room with them negotiating a contract, and we can't talk to them about this. I'm sorry, but you know, the more I hear about this, the more I think about this, the more upset I become because about it. It just seems to me just so backwards the way we're doing this. And I know I'm not an education professional, and I haven't been doing this for 40 years. I've been on this board for 40 years. I understand all that. But, you know, for common sense tells you that this, without their sign off on it, this is a problem. And I'm not going to vote for it until I know that the unions are okay with it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton. Dr. Tracy, I'm guessing you're responding to Mr. Bolton, but then Dr. Yarborough, you're next.
With all due respect to Mr. Bolton, I know he wove in the contract situation, contract negotiations as agreed upon by the two teams are not to be discussed publicly. It's unethical to discuss that publicly when we're still in contract negotiations. So to weave that in is really unfortunate. I'm dealing with this, I'm not dealing with contract negotiations. So we made the leap to contract negotiation. That's very unfortunate. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. Dr. Yarborough and then Mr. Wilcox.
Thank you. Yes, I have a question for clarification for Dr. Tracy. The amounts that are written here, are they reflecting the signing bonus, or do these amounts reflect the total amount that these professionals are being paid for the work they do?
In attracting, it's a way of attracting these people to come to us since we're experiencing a shortage.
Okay, thank you. So this is not the total salary. This is just assigned to them as a bonus to attract. Okay.
In addition to, so if we have a teacher, like for example, a new teacher, and according to their contract lines, will be starting at, say, 45,000 and change. That new teacher could get an extra 5,000 signing to attract them to come to New Haven because of the strong competition we're facing in surrounding districts. My intentions are very pure toward this, and I felt it was my sense to bring it to the board and share with the board the thinking that we have around this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yarborough and Dr. Tracy. Mr. Wilcox?
Yes, just a clarifying question here. So this matrix is based on what Hartford Public Schools has been doing. Do you have an indication as how successful it's been for Hartford? And then also, can you characterize if the tiers are similar or the same? I mean, because I imagine they're facing the same shortage areas we are mostly.
As a matter of fact, their salary scales are somewhat higher than New Haven, but they still add these to the salary as bonuses for staff coming in. And also in terms of these are the general shortage areas across the state anyhow, in terms of certification and shortages. And to attract someone, can you imagine someone, say, for example, in Hamden, maybe getting, what is 50 grand or something to start, or even our local charter schools getting more to start. And if we can get ahead of the game and pay that someone extra funds to start in New Haven Public School, I think that's a win for our staff members coming in. Now, will this retain them? Not necessarily, but this is the start to attract people coming to New Haven. Matt, I may have missed your second part. What was your second part?
My second part was is this basically what the Hartford plan was in terms of both the amounts and the way that they are distributing it in terms of what their shortage areas are? For instance, I assume they're having the same shortages in mathematics and special education that we've been hearing about for months and years. Is that, so it's the same? All right, I might have another question, but that's it for the moment. Thank you.
I have a quick question, I think, Dr. Tracy. Is this a temporary proposal?
Yes, it's temporary. It's temporary, attracting.
Okay.
We have several classrooms right now that are without teachers from the elementary up to the high school. And so this temporary fix at this moment, we know we're going through contract negotiation, etc. This is a temporary fix for attracting people to us. And Hartford even goes beyond that. Every teacher or worker who reaches out and gets a teacher to come in to work in the district, they pay them an additional $1,500 to do that. That was good. And as a borrow from each other, there's nothing new under the sun. We borrow as educators, we communicate school systems to school systems. And so I saw this as a great opportunity for us to do something similar. And we also talk commissions and why we can do this. This is something we can do. And it's no burden to our general funds. This is being paid from the ESSER funds.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. Mr. Goldson?
Thank you, Madam President. How are these bonuses paid out? I know oftentimes companies will pay them out in quarters or halves. How are these bonuses paid out?
So these bonuses will be paid like towards the end of the school year, because I don't want to bring someone in Just goes to them, and then in a few seconds, pay them and they leave the system. So we're gonna wait till the end of the school year to pay these.
Is there any other restrictions or connections on these bonuses? For instance, they have to stay for 2 years or 3 years or whatever. Is there any other?
No, we can't.
None of these?
No, we can't do.
And again, one more, I want to make sure I'm clear on this. None of the unions involved in these bonuses have had any discussions you haven't had any discussions with any of the unions represented in these bonuses. Is that correct?
That's correct. We have done that in the past and we have not had that either. We've done that in the past and this board has passed.
Well, I could understand that if all the bonuses were equal for everybody, but they're not. I mean, it's tiered bonuses for different people. And, there's a big difference between $1,000 to a certified teacher and $1,250 for a paraeducator, or $2,500 for a safety officer, and $5,000 for world languages. There's a big difference in those dollars. And I would imagine that a union president wouldn't want to have to go to their members and say that they negotiated these huge differences between their membership. So I see that they haven't, because they haven't been spoken to. I just want to make one other comment, Madam President, in this whole idea that I have not said anything about the union contract other than what's already been spoken about in this meeting and in public emails between us. So to suggest that I'm making some sort of unethical statements regarding, I'm personally insulted by that, quite frankly. I haven't said anything that isn't already public information, either by being discussed at tonight's meeting or in emails between us that are public information. So I would hope that that kind of rhetoric will stay out of these meetings. It seems to be always directed towards me. And I'm a little insulted by that. And I hope in the future that our leadership would refrain from that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton. Mayor Elicker?
Thanks, Madam President. I thought that, Madam President, you raised a good point about the timeline here. Dr. Tracy, if we move forward with the proposal on the signing bonuses, we should probably do that for a specific time period, because I think the way that it's done right now, it feels a little bit indefinite. Can you tell us how long you think you need the authority to do these signing bonuses?
So for me, from now up to about January would need that, because we have some December graduations that are coming up from area colleges. And we may be able to entice folks from those area colleges to work with us.
So there's a screen sharing that's happening right now.
What was that?
I think it is a screen sharing that I think is just a mistake of the button. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. But so the end of January, Dr. Tracy, the end of January seems like a good timeline for you?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, we will vote to approve the tiered signing bonuses and the before and after school pay rate.
Just a point of order. So, I'm sorry, I don't remember this exactly. So someone moved both the approval of the proposed tier signing bonuses and the after school pay rate, correct?
Yes.
Proposal. I'd like to just propose a slight amendment to that. That allows for the tiered signing bonuses to be implemented by Dr. Tracy and her team until the end of January 2023.
Mr. Wilcox?
Yes, as the person that made the original motion, I'm happy to accept that amendment.
Okay, so you'll just do it as like a friendly amendment of the,
Yes.
and the second, I think needs to allow that too.
Who was the
I
second?
second.
Thank you, Dr. Benitez. Mr. Bolton?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the amendment. Could you explain it, please?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just the way, my understanding of the way that it was originally proposed, we were allowing Dr. Tracy in perpetuity to give these, the signing bonuses. And I had asked Dr. Tracy how long she needs the authority to do so. And she said until the end of January. And so my proposed amendment is to allow her the authority to implement signing bonuses until the end of January. And Mr. Wilcox
Thank you.
agreed to amend his initial proposal, and Dr. Benitez agreed as the seconder to that as well.
Okay, and seeing no further discussion, Dr. Yarborough,
Yes.
Mr. Bolton,
Thank you, Madam President. I had my hand up, you didn't see it, so I'm just gonna make one comment before I vote. I don't like this. I'm gonna vote for it because it's tied to the after-school program. And I wanna vote for that because they're tied together. I'm gonna have to vote for both of them, so I'll say yes.
thank you, Mr. Bolton, Dr. Benitez,
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
Mr. Cruz Bustamante,
Yes.
Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
and I'm a yes as well, and so that motion passes.
Madam President, point of order, just one clarification. I'm assuming that this is going into effect immediately, so any hires after today will be subject to this bonus, is that correct? Thank you. I heard a yes, right?
Yes, Mr. Bolton. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton. All right, Dr. Joyner, teaching and learning overnight trips.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to have the board decide on the approval of 2 domestic overnight trips for October, and they are Sound High School and Pebbles Lacrosse is, and Principal Mark Potowski have presented that, and also Worthen Hooker, which was presented by Dr. Edenstein and Principal Margaret Mary Gethings. I actually thought we did that the last meeting. Did we not?
Remember.
I
We
believe we
had both those discussions in our
Okay,
meeting,
right.
not with the board.
Okay, so we did have this discussions in our meeting, and we're recommending the 2 trips to the board for approval.
Is that Dr. Joyner?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Any discussion? Mr. Bolton?
Just quick question. I read this earlier, and I just was wondering what the FFA meant. I wasn't quite sure
Future
what this-
Farmers, I believe it used to be called Future Farmers of America.
Future
That's what
Farmers.
it used to.
Right,
but-
right.
Right. It's just FFA no longer has a decision because it covers more areas than farming now, but it
Right,
just
right.
the name.
Right.
Thank you.
Familiar with the organization since I grew up in Farmville. And that's real, I did. And it's a great trip.
Okay. Sounds good. Seeing no further discussion, we'll vote to approve the overnight trips. Dr. Benitez,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
Mr. Bolton,
Yes.
Dr. Yarborough,
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Mr. Cruz Bustamante,
Yes.
Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
and I'm a yes as well, and so that motion passes. Dr. Benitez, your second reading of the AP course policy review?
Yes, we have submitted the advanced coursework policy for the second reading. And we would like the board to consider that as it was submitted to the board. Is that all I'm saying right now? I'm not talking about the other things we have.
No, just
I'm
this
not doing governance.
one.
Okay.
We can do the report later on. So
Yes.
is it your motion for us to approve this, or is this just a second
The
reading?
motion is the second reading, and if the members of the board agree, I'm assuming everybody did have the opportunity to do the first reading prior, and now as they received the packet, we're able to do the second reading. And if everybody agrees, we would like to propose that it is approved.
Dr. Joyner?
And one of the things that's problematic in education is
Point of order.
Oh, hold on, Dr. Joyner, there hasn't been a second yet. I thought we.
oh, I'm sorry. I thought there was a second. I'm sorry.
No.
Are you seconding or?
Oh yes, absolutely. That's my partner in justice, not crime.
Okay, now go ahead with your.
Yeah, one of the things that I'm concerned about, and that Dr. Benitez and I are going to continually bring up at TL meetings, is what does policy look like at the classroom level? Because unfortunately, some systems, not just schools, have high sounding policy. But then when you look to the level of implementation, there's a vast, in fact, the country is like that because we have a constitution. And when you look at the application of those principles of liberty and justice on the ground force level, they're not there in a lot of cases. And so what I'm going to press for this year is that in teaching and learning, that all of our policies are able to have clear manifestations of those policies in the classrooms. That is, what are the quality indicators of a policy that purports to teach reading well or writing and what have you. And we're going to have to talk about what the reading classroom looks like in terms of high standards, what the writing classroom looks like. And in this case, what a classroom would look like that's an advanced classroom. What would be the quality of student work? What would be expected of the teacher? What would be expected of the student? What would be expected of the parent? Because we don't want to water down anything. And we want to prepare our students for the ability to work at high levels at the next level of their education or job or whatever. So we're going to have to absolutely set standards for effective classroom instruction and effective student behavior in classrooms. And what types of evidence would prove that we are doing at the classroom level what we are asking for at the policy level. That is really a weakness of education policy, not only educational policy, but laws, which are policy in a sense, in our country. And in many organized bodies, the policies sound good and people walk away and say, oh, they're doing a great job. But then when you ask for evidence, implementation evidence, then you have a real problem. And there's a whole lot of data out there, a whole lot of rubrics out there that will help us identify what a great classroom looks like in terms of reading instruction, what it looks like in terms of advanced courses. And we're in September. If I'm teaching an advanced course now, if I started teaching one in September, anybody ought to be to walk in my classroom and have me show them concrete evidence that that is indeed an advanced course based on the standards of advanced coursework and the kind of work that students have to do to be for it to be clear that they are in an advanced course and not just an advanced course in name only.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Mr. Goldson and then Dr. Benitez.
Thank you, Madam President. Something happened to my computer and I can't find the Zoom link, so I can't see any of you at all or mute or anything. So I'm going to have to leave and rejoin the meeting. But before I do that, I was hoping that the presenter of the motion could sort of give us an elevator speech around what this policy is, what it does. That'd be especially helpful for those of us who are out there in the public who haven't had a chance to read it, and maybe for some of us board members that didn't really don't remember what they read 2 weeks ago. Me being one of those guilty board members, so I like to be reminded of what exactly this policy does. And if I get kicked out or leave, I'll be right back to vote.
Just so you know, we can see you clearly, Mr. Gold.
Okay, I don't know what happened to the link, and it looks like I'm gonna have to leave and join, but I can still hear. So,
Dr. Benitez?
Yes, so this policy is explaining what advanced placement courses are about, what are the kinds of opportunities that these courses open for students. Most important is how do students are evaluated to be given the opportunity, and also something that is important to know is that the TNL team decided that it was important that we included something that we have heard not only from the teachers, but also from parents, a clause where we are talking about training about advanced coursework, very specifically for staff. In the case of teachers, very specifically, how can they provide the support for students who have different home languages, disability, culture, or socioeconomic background. So what this board is asked to do is to not completely change what we already are doing in terms of offerings, but saying that we are more inclusive in doing so. That is the elevator pitch, I think.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Benitez. Dr. Jordan?
I would like to support my colleague in excellence. One of the things that you have to consider in a community like ours is that we have lots of kids that come from lots of historical backgrounds where a concentrated effort has been made using pseudoscience and history to make it appear that the only people that are capable of genius are the ones that speak English, that have certain economic status, and in some cases, certain skin colors. Mm-hmm. And I know there are people who would like to wipe out that part of American history, but you cannot run away from the truth. And so when you have, and I hope you don't think poorly of me for saying it, but when you have a young kid born in Baltimore that was a genius, that ended up at Yale University and earned a degree in genetics, then historically, a person that looked like that came from that background, would not be considered eligible for advanced placement because he comes from a group of people who were destined to be hewers of wood and drawers of water. And you take a person who comes from a background that English is not their first language, that they can't possibly be as articulate as Dave is showing us that he is, and as Mashai is showing us that she is, because of the historical baggage that people like that carry. And it's not just limited to people of color. Poor white people endured the same struggle. And so what I think my colleague has done with great thought is that she has merged what the state says, and she has also created an early intervention strategy to identify children as early as middle school. And I think we probably can identify them as early as 4th grade that we believe have the capacity for advanced placement. And if we can do this right, we will build a better mousetrap. That's probably not the best analogy, but we will build a better way of recognizing that genius comes in many forms, many spaces. It comes in many spaces. It comes in many orientations and colors and hair texture and so on and so forth. And why do we believe that? Because there's so much proof out there that's true. And so it's a matter of the institution itself becoming more equitable and fair-minded and supportive of genius in all forms. And by the way, I don't believe Kanye West is a genius, but I had to put that in. I'm sorry. I'm so upset about some of the stuff he's doing. But there are plenty of geniuses, and I've taught some of them myself, and I'm proud of it. So thank you, Dr. Benitez, for the hard work you've done and really bringing this to bear.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Okay, seeing no further discussion, we'll vote on the AP course policy. Mr. Bolton. Mr. Bolton,
Yes.
Dr. Benitez,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
It's kind of breaking up.
Who did you say?
Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
Yes. Yes.
okay. Dr. Yarborough,
Yes.
Dr. Yarborough,
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Cruz Bustamante,
Yes.
Mayor Elicker,
Yes, yes.
and I, yes, and I'm a yes as well, so that motion passes. Thank you. Finance and operations, Mr. Wilcox.
Yes, if there's anything anybody would like to move separately, please let me know now. Hearing and seeing nobody asking for that, I'm going to make a motion, and that motion is I move that we approve the 10 abstracts, the 11 agreements, the 1 contract, and the 3 purchase orders that were recommended for approval by the Finance and Operations Committee.
Second.
Second. Thank you, Dr. Yarborough. Any discussion? Mr. Bustamante, Cruz Bustamante?
I have no discussion, but I'd like to abstain from Agreement 8 because I have personal relationships with people at the Pride Center and I receive support services from them as well.
Okay. So that means that we would have needed to separate out Agreement 8. Mr. Wilcox?
Yes, let's separate out Agreement 8. I will, if I may, I'll remake the motion.
Sure.
And we'll start with that. I move that we approve Agreement 8, which is the agreement with the New Haven Gay and Lesbian Community Center.
Second.
Dr. Yarborough, that was a second? Okay.
Yes.
Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote on agreement number 8. Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Dr. Yarborough,
Yes.
Mr. Bolton,
Yes.
Dr. Benitez,
Yes.
Dr. Joy,
Yes.
Mr. Cruz Bustamante.
Abstain.
Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
and I'm a yes as well, so that motion passes.
All right, I have another motion then, and I move that we approve the 10 abstracts, the remaining 10 agreements, the 1 contract, and 3 purchase orders.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Yarborough. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote. Dr. Benitez,
Yes.
Dr. Yarborough,
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Mr. Bolton,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
Mr. Cruz Bustamante,
Yes.
Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
and I'm a yes as well. So the remaining F&O items pass. Next is students report.
Good afternoon or good evening. So there's a lot I have to say, and honestly, it's not going to sound cute or articulate in any way. There's no fancy document that goes along with it either. Like over the past 3 days, we've received over 100 emails from teachers and talking about the public information that we have. And the first thing that comes to mind, first of all, I and a lot of other students in Wilbur Cross and across different high schools honestly feel angry, infuriated, confused. And I'm just trying to express that in the best way that I can. But education, literacy, learning math, building those relationships is and should be the forefront of transcendence, of liberation, of community actualization. And I hate to do lip service and to kind of like sermonize or, you know, say all of these kinds of words, but I'm just kind of tired of constantly asking, okay, what can we do? How can we ask the state to give us money? How can we solve our chronic underfunding problem? Because the policies that we create here are so removed and alienated and detached from students and teachers, they do not matter at all. Yeah, I mean, teachers and students are in the same boat. And the Board of Education, central office, we should be working with them and for them. And honestly, sometimes it doesn't feel like that's happening. And we also, like, I'm gonna ask it one more time, but we need to come together and make a long-term plan to solve New Haven's chronic underfunding problem, because I feel like this is just getting unacceptable. Friday, we had basically a riot at Wilbur Cross, and we had to be dismissed early. And obviously that's a very stressful situation. But I already know that the solutions that people will probably propose is to add more police to our schools, which should not be the case at all. A security task force report. I'm curious as to what the status of the implementation of that is, especially taking into consideration the events at Wilbur Cross, because adding and paying for more security guards and more police officers isn't going to solve anything at all. And if we want to talk about why teachers are leaving, I know some people might say, well, it's because students are disrespectful, this and that. Simply not true. Of course, there are some bad apples here and there, but if we really care about student behavior when it comes to the learning environment, then we should be allocating resources to solve those problems instead of just passing the blame on. Personal responsibility does exist, and it should be taken into account when we're talking about schools and education, but we also need to provide the tools and resources to make that happen. Like a bunch of teachers said today, and honestly, like, anyway, like, girl, keep going at them. Like, I am in full support of them. Because like I said, teachers and students are on the same boat. But like teachers have said before, it's not just about the pay. It's also about the conditions that are there. And so we need to, as a board, start respecting teachers more and also provide the resources to make their jobs easier. But enough of that. I have more concrete questions that I do want to ask. First is, what is the status of reviewing facility problems and providing more support and resources to school? I remember, especially a couple of weeks ago, I showed a video of an entire wing of Wilbur Cross being flooded, which is obviously unacceptable. And also, what is the status of the implementation of the Security Task Force report? Those are just my two initial questions, and I have like two more.
Dr. Tracy, Mr. Wilcox, go ahead.
Just that building issues are going to be discussed at the citywide Building and Stewardship Committee this coming Thursday. We meet at 4:30 by Zoom. Agenda's not posted yet. I just checked, but it will be posted. It'll include the status report on major projects in the district. and was included on some emails. We're in the process regarding the SRO report. Still in the process of negotiating a updated agreement for SROs with the police department.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. And another question, and this is one that I genuinely am really concerned about, and I hope we can work with students and teachers and the community to work on, but what would be the beginning steps on addressing the chronic underfunding problem that we have in New Haven in regards to the state of Connecticut? Like, where would that ball even start? That's also probably a big question, but one that I feel like it needs to be answered in order for us to start doing something.
If I could answer that, Mr. Bustamante. We have what is called a legislative process. We have legislators. We have a representative from New Haven. We also have a person who is in charge of our, is that negotiating?
He's our liaison.
Our liaison from that we pay as a board to be part of these negotiations with the state of Connecticut Department of Education around some of these issues. This legislative session is coming up shortly, and we'll be involving all those who have a voice to speak or what have you, that will be helping out in presenting the cause of New Haven Public Schools at the board another time. When I say another time, it was done also last year. And our legislators that we have are aware of it. Our representatives are aware of it. And the person who we pay is aware of that. And so as soon as that information comes out, we will be starting that process of rallying people to support the cause. Don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. Mr. Golson?
President, I actually wanted to allow Mr. Bustamante to finish his report before I comment.
He muted himself, I thought. Are you all set, Mr. Bustamante?
Yes, and then thank you, Dr. Tracy. General updates. The Socialist Scholars Party Student Town Hall meeting has been postponed to October 20th at 3 p.m. at the downtown library. Students are strongly encouraged to attend. And also as a reminder, October 21st from 9 to 12:30 p.m. is the Hill House High School the citywide student council meeting that will take place at Hill House High School. Misha and I are still working on the agenda. And yeah, again, as a board, I ask that we take accountability, we take responsibility, and start having more honest and deep-rooted conversations with students and teachers and admin. Not the inorganic town halls that we plan, ironically, which I was just talking about, or feedback or surveys. I mean, very genuine conversations where we let down our masks, because I think that's what's really needed. If you talk to students, Wilbur Cross students are angry, they're upset. There's a lot of chaos going on. And a lot of that is back to the root that, as an example, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to hold the questions up, but as an example, one of my teachers, who's a very talented teacher, who was teaching AP Spanish, is leaving. Obviously a very talented teacher, and also happy for him that he's able to find a better opportunity. But that kind of thing that happens because this district is unable to attract and retain and respect its teachers is what's hurting students. And I feel like, I don't know if the board is really as culpable of this, but if we're gonna keep spouting the propaganda that we live in a free and equal society where everyone can succeed based on their education, then we really need to put some money to our lips, because that's simply not true right now. And so my personal feelings, what I'm venting right now is really just an echo of what many students are feeling all across the district, and that is immense frustration. And honestly, if we don't get moving, it's going to come to a boiling point, like very badly. So that is all for my student report. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Benitez?
I don't have specifics on, but at some point we did bring a suit to the state of Connecticut because of the underfunding. I believe we did not win that, and it might be an appellative or something like that. If the administrative team of the district knows what happened with that, it will be good for us to have an update on that in response to Mr. Bustamante's concern.
Thank you, Dr. Benitez. Mr. Goldson?
Thank you, Madam President. I would love to hear about that suit because I've been on the board 7 years and I don't remember that. So I certainly would like to have it before I got on the board. I'd like to hear more about it. I just wanted to thank Mr. Bustamante for his comments. They're insightful and very helpful to me in hearing the student's voice. And I just want to say to him, I hope that he's able to attend our executive committee meeting tonight so that his voice, the student's voice, can be heard in that meeting. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Goldson. Teaching and learning report, Dr. Joyner?
Yes, you should have the minutes at the next meeting. We had to make some changes because there was a person present that I didn't know was present until he told me he was. And we had to make that. But we're transitioning from one superintendent, assistant superintendent to another. And Dr. Benitez and I are working together to try to help ease that transition. One of the questions I have is 90 minutes per month enough to address the complexity of teaching and learning in our community? And I know that people in central office are working really hard, but we've got to figure out a new structure for getting at some of the delicate issues that we're having to deal with. That's compounded by a challenge in getting enough teachers to do the work, even if we design the right programs and what have you. But I do have to commend Ms. Keisha Red-Hannons for the hard work she did over the summer when she actually didn't have the job, but knew that it was imminent, and the work that she continues to do. And also Dr. Benitez for her wisdom and patience, and actually she's hip. And when I say hip, I mean, there are people who can go to school and learn stuff in the classroom, but there's so much stuff that you have to know outside of school in order to be effective. And Dr. Benitez has a lived experience that helps her. We made some comments tonight about using the COMA process in schools as if it would be a instant solution to the problems that we have. It is, in my opinion, the most elegant structural intervention in the history of American education. And it's that way because it's driven by the needs of children, developmental needs of kids. It has a place at the table for every single stakeholder. And it actually has quality indicators that would let people know whether or not people say they are COMA schools or whether they're actually doing the work. In fact, if you use an example, there are plenty of places that have a label, but then when you go inside and see what they're doing, the label does not match the work. And so it is not easy to become a faithfully replicating COMA school. In fact, out of the thousands of schools we had in the country, when I led the effort, I would say only a third of them were fully implementing the model. Another third were people that are doing their very best, but they had a lot of external and internal limitations. And then another third were people that was just faking the funk. They wanted to, it's like the person that buys a fake Rolex. You know, you want to say, hey, I got a Rolex. Well, it's not a Rolex. It's spelled ROLEX, but it does not have the inner workings that a finely tuned watch would have. And I actually used that as an example once in a training. I passed my fake Rolex around the room, and for some reason, I never got it back, but it was fake, so not a big deal. That actually happened at the Omni Hotel. So one, I'm going to talk to Dr. Benitez about bringing a resolution to the board that New Haven will become a systemic coma district, which means that the structures at the building level and at the central office level will be structures based on no fault problem solving, consensus decision making, and collaborative planning. And that we also have a broad academic plan, a building-based academic plan, a classroom-based academic plan, high levels of parental involvement, and all of the 9 elements of the process. Dr. Jack Gillette and I designed the training program for the model. I had lunch with him today, and he's ready to saddle up again and see what we can do with the time we have left to help New Haven become a real coma district. And it's sad to say that we never did. When we had the Rockefeller money and we were doing systemic reform, we can never get our home district to do the program district-wide the way that it was designed. We had schools like Robinson that were faithfully replicating the model, Lincoln Bassett at the time, and also Dr. Benitez was the last of the principals in the district who actually fully replicated the model. So she knows how it should work. Some of the young people that are now our assistant superintendents were students in those schools. So it is here, but you probably heard the statement that a prophet is never honored in their own land. And Dr. Comer, Dr. Ziegler, and a number of other people that are pioneers in education reform were right here in New Haven at the Yale Child Study Center. And for some strange reason, we could not fully replicate the model here. So that's one of the things I'm going to ask the board to put into policy, because what it will do, it will create a structure and a process for resolving issues at the lowest level where the issue actually happens. Because any good learning organization has a capacity to nip problems in the bud, to identify problems as early as possible, and to put the right people together to work on those problems. Education is far more complicated than what you can even express, because there are too many factors that impact or influence the education and development of children. Just far too many factors sometimes that we don't even know about that influence how kids do well. Student behavior is a real problem. You can fix the system in a lot of ways, but unfortunately you will still have kids who have prior experiences where they have not learned how to self-regulate, where they have not learned how to refrain from violent solutions to problems, and where they have not had the early support for development that as Ms. Camacho and Ms. Golson and Mr. and Mrs. Red gave to their children. And they don't have a safety net. Well-to-do families, when kids are having problems, they have the resources to seek help, to do more for kids. And actually, sometimes that doesn't work. I mean, look at the graduates of Yale Law School. Some of them were involved in the problem that we had on January 6th. They were Yale Law School graduates. So obviously they have cognitive intelligence, but there's something wrong with your moral compass when you do some of the things that they did. And so we're going to have to, one, figure out a way that we can devote sufficient time to addressing the challenging issues we face in teaching and learning. Hopefully we can get the task force up and running. I think now I have a full complement of people. I got union representation for the task force. we're going to have to, I believe, adopt the COMA process systemically. And I'm going to say this, I'm not trying to throw shade on principals, but building leaders have to work as hard as they possibly can to make sure that they're working collaboratively with their teachers, their parents, their kids, and that they are identifying the problems and challenges that they face, and that they're doing everything they can within the building to resolve these issues. And then, of course, people outside of them, the content area supervisors, the assistant superintendents, the superintendent, and the board have to make sure that they have the resources they need to solve the problems in their buildings. But a building leader is a critical variable. Building leadership is a critical variable in how well buildings go, and the connections they have with their teachers and their students. A good example: in every successful urban school I've seen, the principal knows who the kids are that could be either your biggest problem or your biggest support. And I'll give you an example. I won't name the principal, but she lived in she was a principal in a neighborhood, and she worked with a group of people that you're very familiar with, the Latin Kings. And she convinced the kids in her school that were affiliated that it was their school and that they could either be thugs or warriors. And there was another principal in another part of town who worked with a gang called the Dogs that were in the school. And that principal convinced those young men that they came from a tradition where men use their abilities to lift up the community rather than terrorize it. In fact, that's the subject of a newspaper article. And that's an example of stuff you don't learn in school, but that you have to know if you're going to convert students who could be problematic into students who could be helpful. And so those are some of the things that principals can do. And there are principals in the past and in the present that students look to as a part of their family, because it was a combination of love and the imposition of discipline. And that's real. And I know I have friends like that all over the country, and I can give you books that they wrote, actual people that I know, I work with, I train, and that was a major part. The other part is that they were visible presence in the classroom. They made sure that teachers were not threatened or coerced or intimidated by parents or kids or other teachers. And they gave them the climate they needed in order to teach. No one has a right to disturb a school day or a school lesson. No one has that right, adult or child. And we cannot just wash it away and put all the emphasis on the schools, because schools are not equipped to deal with major outliers in behavior. They're just not. And we have to figure out a way of dealing with that and a way of reaching the kids that do have struggled with those problems. And I'll just leave on this note, because I've been talking about behavior forever. And I actually, not this note, because I want to talk a little bit about what Dave said about funding and how and the impact on TL, and then give my my colleague an opportunity to respond if she desires. We have to spend enough time on teaching and learning to have an impact on it. Not all of it should be spent on a board meeting, but we need to have those important questions brought to this level so that we can give the larger system the kind of policy support they need in order to get things done, and also have a back and forth conversation so that we can get back to people who have concerns about these issues. Because this is a new day in education. This is not a Dick and Jane era. This is Bigger Thomas, if you're familiar with that literature. And all these other issues that have been unresolved over the course of American history. And now the chickens are coming home to roost. And we've got to figure out a way to work with aggressive, challenging, and in some cases, violent kids. We've got to figure out a way to protect the teacher's ability to teach in a safe and orderly environment. And we've got to be able to help people understand that you cannot come into school and create chaos. That this is a sacred space for all of us. You can't go to the movie and do that. You can't go to church and do that. You can't go anywhere in this country and act out and not be asked to leave, but schools. And that's the truth. Last thing, as I said in the past meeting, education is a creature of the state. The state's not feeding the creature. We have an education cost sharing formula that has not been met. David, if you're still on the line, it has not been met. That's one place to start. Why would the state create a formula that says that schools, districts, specific school districts are entitled to this, this, and this, and then ask for these high test scores and all this other great stuff and all these other unfunded mandates, and then you're not honoring the formula? That's immoral, and it's probably illegal. But something can be legal and be immoral. And so that's a place to start, to say to the state, listen, you're either going to do it or you're not. Let us know. Are you going to fund us? Or you're not going to fund us? And especially now, because we had two gubernatorial candidates. One came to Newhallville and talked about what a great experience he had growing up there. He wasn't there that long, by the way. And how good Newhallville was. And that's the first time he's been there, and I don't know when. A person on his board made that comment. And it was a good comment. And then, of course, we had Governor Lamont. We should be holding people accountable for honoring their word. And not just politicians, parents too, teachers, everybody. Because in a space where there's differentiated accountability, it never works. And so those are my last points about TL. I'll be talking to Dr. Tracy and my colleague about how we look to get more out of the committee, how we get more participation of all the stakeholders, and how we set standards for what good teaching looks like, what good learning looks like, student quality, teacher quality, classroom resources, and try to meet those standards. And there are standards for every aspect of education, early learning standards, because any organization that is not standards-based sets itself for confusion and chaos. And that's what we're going to try to do this year with the time that we have. Dr. Benitez, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
I just wanted to add that while we are really trying to focus on what teachers and students are constantly reminding us of, the importance of their social emotional learning and what happens in schools impact that, it is also important to remember that in every decision that educators make, they not only have to think of the social emotional, but they also have to think about that learning and that academic piece. Because I have always said this, I do believe that we have to address trauma. We do have to address social emotional growth and development, but there's nothing more traumatic than to be an adult in poverty. And if we can educate students, and if we can show to our families that through educating themselves and supporting the education of their children, they will be able to break the cycle of poverty. We have done that for many families in New Haven, mine included. I was a very poor young person when I arrived to New Haven, very poor. And I think New Haven Public School is capable of doing that. I understand we are in a moment of crisis nationally, but locally. And my belief is that we as the board, when we talk about teaching and learning, we do have to listen to our staff and to our students and very much to our parents. But we all have to come together to make sure that our focus is learning, because that's what we're here for. And all the other supports that we provide are important, but for all of us to be able to support the learning of our students should be the focus. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
And I appreciate that. And I would argue that you weren't poor, you were just broke. There's a difference. There's a difference. And in fact, Dick Gregory said that in his autobiography, which was titled with a word that we don't like, that begins with N, that we don't like to use. But the idea of being poor to him meant that you were poor in spirit as well in terms of material means. And when I read his book, I realized that that was my predicament. I wasn't poor, I was just broke. And I always had a faith in this country. I pledge allegiance to an ideal, not a reality. Because we America is a work in progress. That sometimes is more free than at others. And so we buy into the ideal and we pledge allegiance to that, and we work for that, not just pledge allegiance to it. And we have to convince kids and parents of that the only option you have as a route out of poverty is through education and training. Because you're not going to get it in the underground economy, because you're going to get locked up at some point or murdered. And so those are some of the real issues that we face in this nation and in this community. And we need everybody to say that, and everybody to encourage kids to work hard. My parents didn't have a public library. It was a public library, but it was for certain publics. And we didn't, and some communities didn't have schools. They didn't have schools in some counties for Black people, and brown people weren't even in the conversation in this country back then, except for the Black people who were brown people, if you know what I'm saying. So this is a critical flex point in our history where we all have to sing from the same hymn book, and we all have to insist that our schools are orderly, that they have the best resources we can get them, and we also have to make demands on a system that promises one thing and delivers something else, because they're expecting us to deliver in the form of student achievement, but yet the resources that we need to deliver are about $19 million short. And we have a moral responsibility as a community that is the cultural center of this state, with the greatest mayor in the state. Y'all know how I feel about him, and I don't pull any punches. That we can make a difference, and we have to do that. And I know people say, hey, Dr. Jones is talking a lot. Yeah, I know a lot. That's why I'm talking a lot, and I don't apologize for it. But I'm stopped now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Questions or comments? Okay, we'll move on to Dr. Tracy's superintendent report. You're muted, Dr. Tracy. Yeah.
Okay, so they're unmute there. Madam President, I do not have any additional report for tonight. Thank you. Who's laughing at me?
That was me. Same for me. No president's report. Let's see. Mr. Wilcox.
All right, thank you. So for Head Start, no report because our next meeting is next week on October 20th, but I'm sure that there are spaces available in our fine Head Start program and our other early childhood programs for students to apply.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox.
Madam Chair, could I ask a question of Mr. Wilcox about his report?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, Mr. Wilcox, do you know how many vacancies we have early childhood?
We get a report on that every month. So we'll have the updated numbers next month. I think we had, I want to say there was more than 150 vacancies with some number of kids that had applications in some process in terms of the, in some level of completeness in their applications. So, and that's 150 out of 500 or so slots. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head.
And do we know how many eligible students there are in the city for those slots?
That I don't know. I've never heard that number.
Mayor Elica, is there a stat that the city or any other agency produces that will let us know the number of kids in the city that are eligible for Head Start?
Yeah, I think there's estimates. I can look into it.
Yeah, because what I would like to know is the number of people that are eligible and the number of people that actually enroll. Because if the number of people who enroll is much lower than the people that are eligible, that's a missed opportunity. And quite frankly, well, I'll stop at that. We'll talk about that later. But that's a missed opportunity. And thank you for your affirmation, Dr. Yarborough. Your nonverbal affirmation.
Agreed. There's levels of missed opportunities here, and all the research shows the importance of preschool in success in other forms of education as they move through school. And
right.
If I remember correctly, it even shows longer life expectancy on those that have.
It does. It's the Perry Preschool Project longitudinal study, if anybody's interested in reading it. And there are other studies as well.
So if that's, if we're done with that, then I can talk about the citywide building committee report. Also very brief on this because we are meeting this Thursday. In addition to hearing about the, I'm sorry, I'm trying to read my notes here. In addition to hearing about the general status report on many school projects, we also have added to this agenda discussion about athletic fields. And so we're going to start hearing more about those, and some good news on that. One of the things we're going to be discussing is receiving a grant from the state for upgrades in cross fields. There's a public meeting scheduled tomorrow. I believe it's 6 p.m. on Zoom to talk about plans for not only the cross fields, but also the other fields around in that East Rock Park area. I assume that's listed on the city site. It's a city meeting. But we are going to be discussing specifically the athletic fields for cross, because that's in our purview. And I think that it's going to be a good meeting. And I also have had conversations with Erica, our head of athletics, and he's been involved in some of those plans. So it sounds like some really great things are going to be coming to the cross fields, which need some love. There's no questions on that. Just to talk briefly about the finance and operations, we met as usual. There were several year-end reports, like we look at our not to exceed change order reports, legal expenditure report. Did want to mention specifically we also received the food service year-end budget report from Mr. Gormany from the city side, and from Gail Shari, our Director of Food Service. Some good news on that front. That program ended with a $1 million surplus, and that was after serving 3.5 million meals in the last school year. When you add it all up, 3.5 million meals. And they also put in some set-asides for capital improvements later, and returned $500,000 to the Board of Education General Fund that we had put into that program, which also was one of the things that helped us end with a tiny budget surplus last year. So some good news on that front. The other things I'll mention is we're also continuing with the Defining the Gap project, which is going to provide some information about the needs of the district in terms of specific staffing levels. so that we could better describe the budget gap that we have between what we need, what these students, teachers deserve, and what we have available with our funding. So we're taking a look at that. And then finally, we also are looking at a full draft of the Series 3000 policies, which we hope to send to governance soon and then get to the full board to completely revamp our outdated non-teaching and learning, but our fiscal and operational policies, since adjusting policies is a good way to get things done.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Questions or comments? Mayor Elicker?
I just put the link in the chat for the meeting about the Wilbur Cross Athletic Complex tomorrow night at 6 p.m. with board members or anyone else is interested in joining. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, governance report, Dr. Benitez.
Yes. So we already had the opportunity to present the second reading and propose to and have approved the advanced placement policy. So that has been done. We also have finally received the manual from CAVE that we anticipated we would receive this summer, but we just received it. For those of you who may want to consult that manual to make sure that any of the policies that you are updated are up to date in terms of what's happening at the state level, I encourage you to reach out to Tiffany Jackson, who might be able to provide you support with the information itself. Also, remember that we already said that we already voted on using this manual to replace the current policies that are not updated. So this is something that we already had agreed upon. And we hope to have those that those posted by October 31st so that you can see how the updated policies should look according to what CAVE has recommended to us. And that is all for this report.
Thank you, Dr. Benitez. Any questions or comments for Dr. Benitez? Mr. Wilcox?
Just a clarifying question. When you say we voted, is that the board voted or is that the governance committee voted?
The board voted to actually utilize those policies that CAVE had in their manual. We just adopt them because they were developed in such a way that adheres to the law. So you can use the manual to provide you direction on, and like we did with other policies, you may want to add something about diversity or something else, but you can use the manual to actually know what's the language needed for the updates.
Okay, then just as a clarification, because I mentioned the Series 3000 policies, the draft that we're looking at is completely based on the CAVE model policies for Series 3000.
Perfect. Yes, we just now have like a clearance to say that publicly because we now own this. Okay, make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Benitez. Food Service Task Group report, Dr. Yarborough. Oh, Mr. Bolton.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm not quite sure if it made sense to me, so I just want to make sure I understand it.
Yeah.
Dr. Benitez, when did we, you're saying that we adopted a series of CAVE policies as our own policies?
So no, what we agreed, and this, again, this was last year. I wasn't here last year, but I've been trying to make sure that we get this, because what you all agree was that if policies that our policies may not have been updated for a long time, some 20 years, some 10 years, and some may be 20 years old and not need a lot of updating, but they need to be reviewed. So what CAPE did is they developed this manual where policies are there that are updated according to state law, and to make sure that the language reads as it is at the current times. So the board agreed to use this manual in order to update the policies that you have that have not been updated. So for example, what Mr. Wilcox just said, they have been using the escape language to update their Series 3000, and other teams are using that same kind of approach to updating the policies that they are in charge of updating. Oh God, update. Does that make sense now?
I remember about 4 or 5 years ago, we hired CABE to assist us in updating our policies, and we went through a whole rewrite of our bylaws, and then we went through a bunch of policies that we updated and approved those updates, and we gave them something like $26,000 to help us with that process, besides the membership fee that we pay them annually, whatever it was. I do not remember us adopting a policy where we would use their policies in absence of us having that policy without us approving it. That's what I think I hear you say.
No, that's not what I said. What I said is that what the board approved is that we buy and use this manual that CABE has developed, where they have updated policies, which is what Mr. Wilcox already did, and some other people may have not done, but have this available to them.
Okay, but we haven't. That doesn't necessarily mean that we have adopted all those policies at this point.
No. This is a guidance. It's a guidance document. It's a guidance document, and I mean, if a policy reads well in their manual, when we look at our old policy that might have not been updated and we see there's gaps, we may use the one that they have in the manual to fix the gaps. But it is not that we are going to replace ours blindly.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Benitez. I think with that, I am going to make a motion that we go into executive session pursuant to Connecticut General Statutes 12006E and 1210.
Point of order, Madam President. I think that Dr. Yarborough's report is on the agenda too. Is that not correct?
Oh, goodness. Yes, Dr. Yarborough, I'm sorry. I checked it off in advance.
No problem. It'll be
Go
quick.
ahead.
One, just want to thank Mr. Wilcox for naming some of the highlights from the Finance Committee that we presented to the Finance and Operations Committee meeting. The Finance meeting will meet this coming Monday, and the Food Gap, or the Food Service Task Group. The Food Service Task Group will meet this coming Wednesday. There is an adjusted time to 4:30 p.m. instead of 5 p.m. Due to a scheduling conflict that I have. So we will meet at 4:30 p.m. And that agenda has been posted. So thank you. That's my report.
Thank you, Dr. Yarborough. Any questions or comments for Dr. Yarborough? Okay. Mr. Goldson.
I'm sorry, just rather quickly, by state law, we have to post our annual list of our meetings as well as their times. If they're not posted, if they're not if it doesn't, if a meeting is not on that list, then it has to become a special meeting. Since Mr. Yarborough is moving his meeting up a half an hour early, I'm wondering if that would be affected, if that would be affected by that law. I guess our Corp Counsel may be able to answer that, Madam President.
Alexiadis?
A meeting must be posted at least 30 days in advance, otherwise it's a special meeting. And so mostly we take care of that by posting the annual list of meeting dates. But with regard to the Dr. Yarborough's committee, is the meeting starting earlier or later?
Earlier by 30 minutes.
I think the better approach would be to post it as a special, post the agenda as a special meeting. That avoids any doubt. The only caveat is that on a special meeting, you can't amend the agenda, so you're stuck with whatever you post. Unlike, say, for example, tonight's meeting, which is a regular meeting, and we amended the agenda right at the outset. When is this the meeting? Did you say this meeting was Monday?
The meeting is tomorrow, and it'll be an adjusted time for the rest of this semester. And the agenda can stand as it is.
Let's talk about that offline.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, seeing no further comments, I move that we go into executive session pursuant to Connecticut General Statutes 12006B and 1210B9 and 10 regarding records, reports, and statements of strategy or negotiations with respect to the collective bargaining and records of communications driven by the attorney-client relationship. There a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote to go into executive session. Mr. Wilcox?
Yes.
Dr. Yarborough?
Yes.
Mr. Golton?
Yes.
Dr. Benitez?
Yes.
Dr. Goyer?
Yes.
Mr. Elicker?
Yes.
And I am a yes as well, and so that motion passes. Yeah, you all have the link. Ms. Hammond sent the link over to everyone. Thank you.
board and we want to be truthful. But to the extent that one would say the board committee ended the negotiations without the agreement of the federation, that would be an accurate statement.
Dr. White, give me 1 minute because I can't log in from my computer for some reason. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes, I can.
we can see you and hear you.
Yeah, I'm on my phone, so it's hard for me to do it on my phone and do everything.
Yes, it needs to be brought over.
Let
She's
me just,
listed as an attendee.
who's listed as an attendee?
Dr. Benitez, so she needs to be brought over to here.
I'm still trying to get on my computer. Let me see if this works. Well, I see the circle, so I think it's trying. God. Now it's asking me for my email address. It never asks me for that. Gmail. There's got to be an easier way to log on to these meetings.
Madam Chair, given the
Okay, I'm on. Okay, we are, let's see, everyone here. Okay, all here. So we are out of executive session and back in regular session. And then obviously our negotiations, we're making sure to try and keep them confidential. The board continues to negotiate with the Federation with the goal of coming to an amicable solution. And so there'll be more meetings like this to look forward to.
Madam Chair, I motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Second. Thank you. Dr. Yarborough,
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Mr. Golson,
Yes.
Dr. Benitez,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
Mayor Elicker,
yes.
and I'm a yes as well. Good night,
That's
everyone.
the only time I get to speak.